And there we go. The microphone is on. Welcome everyone. Happy Sunday, September 17th of 2023. And you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Well, that is Kilauea. Almost live. We're a few minutes behind, and the reason I backed it up is because it keeps stalling, and otherwise it's buffering continuously. So I backed it up just a few minutes so it will just kind of play through even with its stoppages. Anyway, that's what you're looking at. No lava, hardly any fumarolic activity, and a bunch of sunken areas where the lava seems to have drained out. And you can definitely tell by the edges that it has left behind of the sunken ponds. So lots of lava still hot underneath, moving out. Pretty weird. When they zoom back out on this, you'll see, of course, the edges of Helma Uma'u and where the lava has sunk down over on the northern side of the cone, or the Caldera. Pretty wild. Anyway, we'll say hello to all of our wonderful moderators first. Welcome to Arizona Snowman and Piggy. Oink oink Piggy, good to see you here. Also Sue Hayes, as well as CND Boy and Yvonne Kunkel, as well as Siggy and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Lucas Snow, and Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles, and Sharon Stewart is here saying, "I can hear you, Dr. Fox 2000." And thank you for the welcomes, everyone. I appreciate that from our wonderful people like let's see, Kananaskis Country said welcome back, and then Sue said, "Hi Doc, hear ya," as well as welcome back Doc from John and Alba Girl and Hermione and Fluffy saying hello. So thank you. And Hermione, I'll try to show your pictures on here today, and thanks Mars as well, and all the rest that popped in there, all good. And Pepper is here as well, going ARF, and good to see that. And Nancy Buchanan also in here, cool. Anyway, looking pretty weird there. Anyway, we'll go through and say hello to everyone real quick. First, we'll start out with Kananaskis Country and Alba Girl and John Raper and Tom and Pepper, of course, and King Colin. We got Kananaskis Country, yep. And of course we've got Hermione and Fluffy and Nancy Buchanan, Sharon Stewart, John Raper is here as well, Mars 2028 on board, Alba Girl I got, yep, Adele 51 also on board, welcome. And going up the list, seeing who else is here, and a lot of chatting going on, so all good. The Reborn also back, welcome. And let's see, who else we got? Still scrolling upward. These are all duplicates. There's that zoomed out shot. You can really see where the dropping had occurred, and you can see that the big cracks and stuff, well, those are actually ridges, some of which are 2 or 3 meters in height. Which is pretty scary. Yep, that lava has drained out. Sherry Hewitt is also here. Welcome. And I'm up as far as I can go. And the first person actually in today was Hermione and Fluffy. The others were mods. Thank you very kindly for half here. Hope to resume full attention soon. Piggy, thank you very kindly for your wonderful super chat. You know you don't need to, but I appreciate it, and hope that you will be able to get out of there soon. We'll see. Hopefully that'll happen. And I know you still got a long road ahead. There you go, a Hermione and Fluffy, some cookies and a mouse, and big thank you to Piggy for her wonderful super chat. So Piggy, got that written down here, and awesome. Thank you very kindly. Trotters crossed, I get out soon. Yes, hopefully you will. And yep, keep moving those trotters a little bit so you can get the feel back in, especially the left side there. A little bit of exercise, and that is what you need to do. Same with talking. That's where you got to get your verbiage out and kind of retrain everything, sort of. Escape as soon as possible, please, Piggy. Hugs, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, looking at it, you can see. Let me get my hamster showing on there, and I'll take a look at that. Where's a hamster? Hamster. There. All right, hamster pointing. And you can see these ridges all the way along here, and you can see it around the edges of where that lava has, like these areas here, they look lower and they have dropped down. That's where the fresh lava was flowing, and it's basically sunk, or the lava has moved out from there. Same thing with over here. Here you can really see that, that's a couple of meters in height. 6 feet or so, maybe even more, right at that location. But that's quite a drop to see out of there. Where did the lava go? Okay, that is the question we always have when we look at Kilauea and Helema. Where does the lava go? It's got to be there somewhere, and we know it's liquidy, it's hot, it's doing its thing, so it's got to have gone someplace. Anyway, under pressure, it's more like undercover. And this, of course, was from earlier. This was at 2:31 a.m. And I figured I'd show that shot there. You can see no vent active there, and just a bunch of glow spots. We're going to redo that and see what it looks like right now. And maybe it won't. Okay, it's taking its time. Let's go to the next one. This was the other shot, and this again at 2:38 a.m. for this one, and that one didn't show up either. And we're trying to refresh it and see. It doesn't seem to want to work. All right, let's look at the thermal then. And looking at the thermal, we see very little as far as new heat being generated from that cone area and flowing out. So everything has stalled. At 2:36 this morning, it definitely looked like there was not much moving there. We do still have, because this is lower land, this is of course allowing some of that lava to flow down in the bottom area here, and that is just trying to level things out. And that is kind of what we've got going on. So Mother Nature, of course, trying to make it nice and level, and the lava will fill those lower voids if it can flow that way. And we do still see the old west lava pond. It did not get filled up. It's got hot stuff all around it, but it is still there. So that is interesting. And let's see if the other shots refreshed. It did too. And there you can see there's the west lava pond, still not filled up. So that is pretty awesome. And the rest here got a nice new layer of anywhere from about 10 to 30 feet, or maybe 3 to about 10 meters of new lava. Now obviously it's going to cool down. We're going to see some shrinkage as far as the lava level that way. But if we see it completely collapse, well, we know then we got a different scenario. And you can see this is the higher land along the edges here, but it never did flow into the lower portion out here in the corner. So that would have taken quite a bit of lava had it made it that far. It was trying, it got over to this side, it got over to this side, but the shearing on the edges here, that it's a little bit high as far as that land is concerned, or we got lava sticking up, stopping that flow from going into that low bowl area in the southwest corner. So that's kind of what we're seeing there. Let's look at the other one from the other end of the B1 camera. Incredible. There's our venting. Absolutely nothing as far as, or very, very little as far as fumarolic gases coming off of it. And we do see that other smoker a little further out. And then over in Heldabaumau, we definitely see some smokers over there yet, but nothing. It's like this thing got completely turned off, and that is pretty wild. So anyway, I don't know what to do there. Somebody go turn it back on. We need more lava. We got a whole big caldera to fill up. Somebody turn it on, please. All right, anyway, that is what we had there. Let's redo the thermal. Hopefully that will redo fairly quick. It did too. And as you can see on the current thermal there, we're not seeing very much heat at all. No new heat there. And we are starting to see this area down here dissipate as well. And that would have been the leftover flow or gravity working on that material, pulling it down to fill up those lower level or lower elevation voids, and that's what's going on there. So interesting. And there you can see that lava pond, and it hasn't been touched. I'm sure there's hot lava underneath all of this, and that I wouldn't doubt, because that was quite a bit of material that came in. So you never know, we could see a hole pop in the bottom of this and some lava flow into here from underneath. Could happen, but then again it may not. So anyway, that's kind of it for Kilauea. And yeah, unfortunately not doing anything other than a little bit of smoke coming off of it. And that's what you're seeing right in that area. Very little coming from the actual vents over here. And we'll definitely keep an eye on how much more of this drops, and we'll likely see it drop a whole bunch more, shrinkage as well as lava flow as it moves out of the area. Let's get over to our next port of call, and that will likely be, where are we going? We're going to Iceland. We're going to have a look and see what we've got going on there, and hopefully that'll work. Okay, and maybe that won't work. It says the stream is offline. This feed. Yeah, no, that's theirs though. Oh, darn it. Okay, it won't let me show those ones. Let's go over here then. Let's see if this one will bring it back. No, I guess it doesn't want to show it. Okay, so we don't get to have a peek at our wonderful Rebbe, unfortunately, but really nothing new has happened there. This is the view from Thorbjorn, and we're looking over at the top of Ragnar there, seeing a bunch of clouds in the area, and that is kind of what we are looking at. You have 5 minutes until your Pepsi. Awesome. And of course this is just south of the Blue Lagoon and the power plant, and of course Yvonne Kunkel's hotel. We know where she's staying. This is our next one. Likely going to see some commercials there. No, maybe not. This is the wonderful city of Reykjavik, the capital city. This shot is from the Perlin Center. You can see it's raining over there. Yucky. Not a good day. And the roads are all wet too, from what I see. So, a rainy day there in Iceland. Let's leave it as that. If we go back about 7 hours just to peek. Yeah, that wasn't so bad. The Reykjavik would have been all right as far as a nice day. So that's all cool. Let's make that one smaller, put it back on live, go to the next shot. This shot, of course, is of a Katla, and you can see it right there, right? No, you can't. Because of the clouds. And more clouds if we go back to the 9-hour mark. Well, we can see the edge of a Katla, and that is the snowfields there. It's hiding underneath there somewhere. Let's see if we go back a little bit more, if we do get to see it. And no, I guess not. It gets worse, and we did have the good spot right there that we were looking at. So, yep, that's about it. Visibility, not the greatest there in Iceland, but hey, when you have low-level clouds like that, that's the way it is. Let's put that one back on live. And we'll get to, I was going to make that smaller. Let's refresh this one and see if that'll work while I go make this one smaller. And there we go. And oh yeah, sure. More ads. Just what the doctor wanted, right? There we go. And yep, clouds, not going to see it from that angle either, I think. And here we go back to about here. No, we're not going to see it, unfortunately. So this view is not going to be any good either. And next one, so no Katla view. And next one is this one here. This is of our wonderful Askja area. And that snow definitely has melted off a little bit more. And if we go back a few hours, let's go back about 8 hours or so and take a look and see what it was like there. Not a bad day out there, and that's actually a little bit better than the coastal areas. So yeah, for them, I wouldn't have been a bad day, and we don't see any plumes on the horizon here anywhere. So Askja is not really popping. Let's leave it as that. Those are the views of our wonderful sites there today. Unfortunately, we don't have one of our close-up of the what is it? Litihutur area, I guess is what we'll call it, or Rebbe. Oh, darn it. No Rebbe. All right, so let's leave that there for now. And I'm looking at the time. Let's just go have a quick look at the rumble chart and see what we've got going on here. I'm going to refresh that real quick and see what we got. So, all right, yep, we've seen a little bit of a drop, and then it tried to pick up again and drop to about the same area as far as our magmatic, and it looks like a seismicity and tectonic are working together, up and down, and trying to regain a little bit of ground. Same thing with the tectonic, so seismicity, tectonic, almost identical. Actually, all three are showing very close to the same traits here. That would lead me to believe that it's likely tectonic movement rather than anything else. Let's take a look at the Reykjavik one, and there we can see the magmatic going up, same kind of thing what we've seen at the other one, and dropping back down. Slightly sharper increases on the seismicity, as well as the decrease and increase, and then a decrease again in our wonderful tectonic movement on this one. So, and of course, that is to the northeast of our wonderful Fagradalfjall. Let's take a look at the one from Grindavik and see what that one has to say. and go from there. There's the Grindvik one, a slight uprise and drop back down, same as what we've seen at the other ones, basically the same format. So I'm thinking what we're seeing here is tectonic movement rather than a magmatic. Grimsey, quick peak. Started out level, popped up and dropped back down. Same thing for a seismicity. Popped way down though, and then tried to rebound. And our magmatic, or sorry, tectonic, about the same. So, yeah, I'm thinking that this is some tectonic movement that we're seeing, and we're not going to have to worry too much about an eruption right off the bat here. And just a quick peek at Askja. It did rise up and kind of almost the same as what we've seen on the ODF one. But a seismicity is gone kind of wacko here, and a plate movement as well. And being right in the middle of the pivot, you might see what it is. Doc needs a bookmark on just the one we look at, so he doesn't have to scroll. Oh, I can do that. I don't want all the bookmarks open. That means that I have to have another 5 windows open soon, and I don't want to do that. That's too much for this computer. That's the problem. 5 more windows open is a whole bunch more extra work for the computer. But it's a good idea, though. I thought about that. Oh, no on the Rumble chart? I'm missing. Okay. Oh, on the ones that we look at, so he doesn't. Yeah, we could do that. It'd be interesting. I know there's a place where we can go do that, where we can get just the specific one. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. All right, let's get you back over to some lovely canned lava, since the live stuff really isn't doing anything for us. So we'll leave you with some canned lava from, this was on the 12th, and that obviously from 1753, so gives you a pretty good idea. I appreciate it, Sue. And anyway, I'll leave that there. I'll throw the music back on. Enjoy that. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, help us out. Give it a quick bop. Also, if you're peeking in from the outside and you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I will be back after the break. We'll take a look at the Icelandic earthquakes, and then we'll carry on from there. So keep smiling, everyone. And Piggy, if you've gone to sleep or a rest, please just relax and don't worry. It's all good. I'll be back. I'll be back. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Although I do need another sip of Pepsi. I have this bag of cheese pleasers sitting beside me, and I knew it was a bad idea to leave it here during my breaks. That is bad. Good Pepsi. All right, thank you, and thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and John and Kananaska's Country and Albergirl, as well as Chanto and Hermione and Fluffy. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Mars 2028. I've spent most of the day digging dirt and moving rocks. Hey, that's always fun, isn't it? Hey, are you throwing a pan in there every once in a while, testing it out, seeing if there's any gold there, Lizoid? Anyway, let's stop our wonderful canned lava. We'll go take a look over at the earthquakes for today in Iceland. And we'll have a look at that map as soon as I can find it. There it is, 65 of them for today. If we zoom out a little bit and check on the top and the bottom, 2.2 seems to be the furthest one there, and nothing else further down on the Reykjanes Ridge. Let's zoom in on this end, and we'll start out in the water, see what we got. 2.14, 12.4 kilometers down, 719, 1.97, 9.6 kilometers down from 639, then 0.6, 2.6 clicks down, 2143. Next we have a 0, 5.6 kilometers down at 1703 on land. The next one is near the Blue Lagoon and the power plant, and that is a 0.56, 1.5 kilometers down, 8:55 this morning, and that was Yvonne Kunkel running into something over here from her hotel. She was driving this way and then came down here, and then I don't know, there is a service road here. They don't show it, but there is one going in here. You hope she didn't. Kidding. I don't think she would have. And looking at the next area that we've got here, the outline, right there, that funny little outline, and everything inside is a Fagradalfjord, our wonderful area that we appreciate. That's the location of Ragnar, and this is Siggy Fisher, and this is our wonderful Rebbe, our latest event. We have over here a 0.94, 6.8 kilometers down from 1415, and going up a little bit further north towards Kilauea, we have these ones, 704 this morning, a 1.6 in magnitude, 7.3 kilometers down, 0.13, 2.4 clicks down from 1143. 1.9, 1 kilometer down from 1153, and from 1132, 0.39, 1.7 kilometers down, 0.68, 2.5 kilometers down from 1152, and the one just south of Kilauea from 1143, 0.66, 5.2 kilometers down. Going over, looking at the stuff to the east, the neighbor, 1.02, 3.5 kilometers down, 1326, 0.8, 4.1 kilometers down, 1328. From 2:58 a.m. we have a 0.64, and that is 4.1 kilometers down. And just on the edge of the lake, a 0.93, 6.8 kilometers down from 1402. Moving on a little bit more, we got a 0.5, 11.4 kilometers down, 1135 for him, a 0.57, 4.7 kilometers down, 1150. A little bit of a stack of 3 here, and that one is a 0.98, 6.4 kilometers down from 1134. Next one from 1131, a 1.3, 4.7 kilometers down, and a 0.67, 6.3 kilometers down from 1132. And let's see, there's a whole bunch of stuff up here. And we're not going to go through all of them, but we'll have a look at some of them. This 0.7 seems to be the furthest north, 1743. And that is 4.5 kilometers down for a 0.7. Let's zoom into this area here. Biggest one is that one, 2.18, 4.7, 255 this morning. 9:12, we had a 2.1, 4.8 kilometers down for that guy. A 1.5, 6.1 clicks down, 21:34 yesterday, just to make sure. And this one is today's from 2:49 a.m. a 1.15, 5.1 clicks down. A 0.8 from 7.9 kilometers down at 13:42. And a 1.84, 4.5 kilometers down from a 9:03, 0.8, 3.7 kilometers down from 4:16, 1.3, 4 kilometers down from 15:18. And then we got the latest one here, be this 1.2, 5.8 kilometers down from 20:38. 1.3 down here, 4.2 clicks down, 8:17. The magnitude 1 is 4.1 kilometers down, 17:05. 0.69, 5.5 clicks down from 3:17. This one is from 15:39, a 1.1, 1.8 kilometers down. Another 1.1 just south of it, 2.6 clicks down. And that was from 2038, and a magnitude 1, 1.5 kilometers down from 21:12. And we missed this 1.8 way up north there, 3.2 clicks down, 17:46 for that guy. Nothing else seen there. 0.61, 6.6 clicks down, 8:26. Next one from 21:52, 0.5, 4.3 clicks down. And we've got this one, a 6.9 kilometers down from 21:16. That's Hekla. We have a 0.3, not too far from it, 8.2 kilometers down, 19:35. And then we've got a 0.9, 1.1 clicks down, 17:21. And this one is a 0.45, 1.3 kilometers down from 11:46. Let's take a look. Nothing down at Eyjafjallajökull or Katla. That 1.5, 5.9 clicks down, 18:26. Over here at Grimsvatn, we have a 0.7, 2.5 kilometers down, 14:28. Next one is a 0.76. 1.76 kilometers down, and that's a 12:19. Going up here near Bardabunga, we have a 1.2, 8.3 kilometers down, 21:26. Moving on up, we don't see anything at Askja itself, but we do have a bunch around Herdebreit or fairly close to them. 14:05, a 0.8. We had, how deep was that? 6.4 clicks down. Next one is a 0.68, 6.9 kilometers down, 9:09. And a 6.8 from 13:30, 3.9 clicks down. This guy, a 0.58, 6.7 kilometers down, 18 minutes after midnight. Up one, what is it, a 0.93, 8.5 kilometers down from a 5:26 this morning, and it looks like a 1.26, 7.4 kilometers down, 23 minutes after 3 a.m. A 0.3 over to the east, 6.1 kilometers down, 15:17, and a 0.6, 7.8 clicks down, 16:59, and a little a 0.2 to the north by itself, 21:46. 6.4 kilometers down for him. Let's zoom out a little bit and find our next quakes going up. And this is a 0.49, 1.5 kilometers down, 5:43 this morning. A 0.65, 3.9 clicks down, 11:57. 1.6, 4.5 kilometers down, at midnight, and then we've got a 0.99 and 9.5 kilometers down, 4:29 this morning. The closest one to Grimsey is that guy, 1.34 and 10.1 kilometers down, 2:17 this morning. 0.7, 10 clicks down as well, from 1812, and this guy is from 2119, 1.2, 5.5 kilometers down. That leaves our lonely 2.2 up here in the north, and that is 2.3 kilometers down from 1535. So, and that is your earthquakes for our wonderful Iceland. Nothing in there that is screaming at me saying that we're going to have an eruption right away. So hopefully we'll see something in the near future. But right now it's not doing that. All right, let's carry on though with our next volcanoes, and we'll see if we can get over to our wonderful Popocatepetl, if I can find that guy. I know it's here somewhere. I know it. I've got a sense that it is. My spidey senses are tingling. Maybe, sort of. Spidey senses. Hang on, I'm a fox. How can I have spidey senses? Let's go over to there. Mexico. Popocatepetl. There it is. And Popocatepetl is about 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City, up on the plateau with the rest of it. And that is the current view. That is a live shot. 14:51 is the time on it. We did experience a bunch of a cloud in there. Hard to see what it's doing when that is happening. If we go back a little bit further, 8:30 this morning, you can see that plume and the very dirty stuff up top. That is from the volcano. And then we go back a little bit more, and the weather was glumpy again. And then we go all the way back into the darkness, and that is what we were seeing. And that is at 5:17 a.m. Nice glow from the volcano. We can see there's still some snow on there, some clouds hanging around, stars in the background, and definitely a lava up in that caldera. Didn't see anything really major popping out of there, but we did have clouds moving in and out of the scenario, so it was hard to kind of get a real feel for what it was doing all night long. Anyway, that is our wonderful Popocatepetl. We'll see if there's anything else. Just in time for some commercials, we're going to make that one smaller, skip the ads, and go to the next shot. See if they got our Fuego back online. No, they did not. Won't be able to look at Fuego today. They did have poor weather. I did see that on the last thing of the before they took it down, but it is what it is. Not much we can do. Just refresh the Messiah video here, or photo. Not seeing it. I'm gonna have to see if I can find the other Messiah shot. There we go. That's the other Messiah shot. So that'll give you a better idea. We do see the off-gassing and what's going on. So definitely smoking away, and not a bad shot from a distance. That Caldera shot, though, is a better shot, and I like it, but unfortunately it's not working. He's not the Messiah. He's a very angry boy. Sorry. Anyway, this one's trying to load. It's not doing its thing. Let's go to the next one. This one is supposed to be Rincon de la Vieja in Chile, or not Chile, in Costa Rica. So, but we'll go to Chile instead. So, from this morning, Lascar is showing some signs of off-gassing up there. Definitely noticeable this time around. No guesswork required, and we can definitely see it. So pretty cool. Let's see what we got at Laguna del Mole. Snow. Isn't that nice? More snow. Just what you wanted for those snow lovers. And of course, we're not seeing a heck of a lot from our wonderful Via Rica. Seems to be in the clouds. So let me refresh this and see if we see anything from them at all. I did refresh it. And that was awful quick as far as refreshing. And we are not seeing anything at Via Rica yet. So even with it refreshed. All right, let's leave that one. We'll get to our next volcanoes, and we'll have a look at those. And I know it's Merapi. It's not going to make us happy. I already know that. It's bad. Merapi is bad. There's a cloud works. Lots of cloud and no visibility. We did see a little bit of lava. This is at 1:03 a.m. You can see it up top there, and kind of squeaking through underneath the cloud line here. And there you can see that lava moving. So a little bit of bacon. Unhappy Merapi. Yeah, apparently. I'm hoping that it would be a nicer weather there, and that they get rid of some of that. That actually looked like a fair amount of lava coming down into the slopes here from the looks of things, but because of the cloud covering it up, we can only see a portion of this, unfortunately. Not the happiest for us. And let's see if we can find some clear skies here. In between. I know it's going to have to be in between because it was just not a very good. This is about the best we get. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be any good at all today. We go all the way back to the daytime stuff, and there is just nothing happening there, or nothing visible. I'm sure there's stuff happening. That was from 1632 yesterday, so a long ways through. And that is back to live, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at our next volcano, and that is Mount Ruapehu. Let's see if that shows up today. Oop, I hit that button. Clouds. We got clouds. Let's see if we got a volcano visible. Right about there. No such luck. And because of these earlier starts here, we don't get that much time to scan through and see if we can spot it somewhere. But unfortunately, no, nothing. The clouds are in the way. So Ruapehu is a no-show today, unfortunately. Going to our next shot, that is of Taupo. The caldera for the volcano, of course, is the entirety of the lake. And yeah, you can see those heavy clouds coming in there. Our wonderful Mount Ruapehu is just in the back of this big mountain here, just behind it. And normally, if it's clear, we can see it. But that is a wonderful day. That's what's happening there right now. So awesome to see. And they have not a bad day till those clouds come in and dump some rain on them. All right, are we close enough to a break time? I think we are. We can move on there. Going to put this one back to where we had it. And our next one, of course, will be looking, yeah, it's flealess. Artesian flealess. Don't forget the artesians. The artesian fleas are not there today. Let's get this back over on the canned lava and make that move. All right, there we go. So for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. That'd be awesome. Also, if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing. And on that friendly note, I am going to go take a break. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where it's like only about like 12 degrees right now or something. I don't know what the temperature is here. Hey, let's double check or just check. Never mind, double check. I wanted to see what we're at. 21 degrees. Oh, it felt cold here. All right, I got 21 degrees Celsius here. That's awesome. Warmer than I thought. All cool though, or all warm. Cool, warm, 21. Just right. All right, I'll be back, and hit the like button. Don't go away. Bacon seeds when we come back from the break. See you there. And there we go, that microphone is back on. Welcome back everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And of course, we've got some canned lava from our wonderful Kilauea volcano eruption there on the screen. Thank you for the welcome backs from John and Albagirl and Sue and Tanto with the coffee machine. Oh yeah, I don't know if I told you guys about that. Yeah, it was a horrible start to the morning. Anyway, thanks for the welcome backs, Colin and Hermione. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Mars and Kananaskis country as well. And I'm going to cry. No, don't do that. And thank you for the welcome backs there, Kathy. Don't be crying. That only makes a mess. Anyway, the horrible thing when I set up my coffee pot last night, had everything in it, water, coffee, filter, everything. And then all I needed to do was, this morning, of course, was hit the magic button twice to make it go and get coffee. Well, in my wee hours, I had to put my robe on and stumble into the kitchen, hit the button twice, and I went over to check the stream, and no coffee. I was waiting to hear it. Like usually I can hear the end where it's gurgling, just siphoning through the last bit of water. You can usually hear it, and I couldn't hear it now. The problem is this coffee maker is 37 years old, and it has failed me. It was just, it was taken for granted, I think, and 37 years of service, and it was a Philips, and that is 37 years, lasted a long time. I bought it in the 90s, and and it was a high-end model in the 90s. Take it back and demand a replacement. John, I wish, actually I thought about that. 37 years old, it's a miracle maker. Yeah, it's pretty darn good. Rip-off machine, you bet. 37 years old. That actually, I'm surprised, and I gotta say, the machine really owes me nothing because, it's produced a ton of coffee. I think they figured it out. It's over 20,000 cups of coffee. And that is actually pretty good. But I did go out and I bought a new one today, so we'll see. And what was it called? It was Master Chef. What is it? Master Chef, Master Coffee Maker. Something like that. Anyway, it hopefully the new one will work. Just so we'll see. Sounds like you owe it. No, it owes me nothing, and I owe it nothing. It was wonderful. That a coffee maker served you my whole life. You definitely got your money's worth, and actually I did. And I was thinking back, and I did find the receipt. I paid $49.99 for it back in at Canadian Tire, and this was in the 90s. And it was back then. $49.99 was a high-end coffee machine. Now the high-end ones, they're $1,200. Like, holy mackerel. It did you well, and now resigned to the coffee maker graveyard. Yep, it is definitely gone. No filter costs. What? Now filter costs how that much? Well, the filters, I usually buy the filters in a pack of 400 or something, so I'm paying like $6 for that, and that obviously lasts me over a year for a coffee filter. So and now, if only the coffee would come down in price again. That's something that I noticed. It just keeps going up. I used to buy it in a big can, and that can is 2.5 kg or something like that. And they have, hang on, is it 1 kg? I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, it was 1 kg can, 2.5 pounds. And of course, with everything now, it's leave the container the same size, but put less in it. And of course, now it's 930 grams in there instead of a full kg. And you kind of go, okay. And of course, the price has gone up by about 80% since. Okay, I paid $8.99 for Kicking Horse coffee last week on sale. For a 1 kg, I know they've got cheaper stuff there. I get the Edwards coffee, Colombian grind, medium grind, so it's pretty cool. Or I like it anyway. Anyway, let's get over to bacon seeds. So yeah, it was a terrifying start to the morning. No coffee. I had to improvise and make stuff slightly differently. Let's get over and have a look at... can't remember the size. Okay, no worries. Let's look at our bacon seeds and see what we got here. So these ones were from me again, and Piggy did send some, but we're going to show those ones for tomorrow. And this is the first one, and he's a little neat little guy, just trucking along, just a very young little piglet. And next one is this one, and it's a slightly different piglet, but he looks shy. He looks like he doesn't want to be there, and definitely, yeah, wrinkly, very, very new, young, wrinkly, little shy piglet. He'll come out of it. I use the stove Italian espresso. Italian espresso, huh? Next bacon seed is this guy. So far, these are all kind of a ginger colored. What the heck is going on? Alright, this is a little bacon seed. He's a ginger. And a pretty awesome looking. Let's get to our next one. Scared newbie, yep. And here's some more gingers. Out in the field, enjoying out a day by the pond, the three amigos. And that is pretty cool. And let's see what we got now. And oh, we got some slightly bigger ones, but these are still bacon seeds. They're a little skinny, they need to eat more. And ginger triplets, and these are ginger twins. And their marks certainly look very accommodating there, except for the one on the neck. And that is pretty cool. And next one is that guy, and he's looking at you. He's checking you out. If you look at him, look into his eyes, you'll see he's looking right at you through the screen. He is watching you. And that is pretty cool. So look him in the eyes, he's looking right at you. Next one. Let's see what we got. Inquisitive Piggy. Yep, he's spying on all of us at the same time. And here's one with the mama. And they look happy. Mama looks like she's okay. And the little one is saying, "Hi, Mama." And they're gingers as well. So pretty cool. Yeah, that's a big mama. That's not a bacon seed. She looks huge. And don't ever cross her. She'll take your leg right off. Not just a chunk out of it, but right off. And let's see. And next bacon seed is this little guy. When I seen this picture, the first thought was elf. Elf? Elf. This is the first thing that came to mind. It was elf. Seriously. That's all I could think. You know, and that is just the way it is. But I thought that was, one-haired elf. Yep. Here, one elf. Cool. Anyway, let's go to the next one. Here's another little bacon seed, a ginger, and sleeping. All that running around gets you tuggered out. That's a dark ginger or chestnut color. Yep. And snap or nap. Snap, nap. There we go. Sleeping ginger piggy. And let's see our last one for today. And that is another ginger. And he looks like he might need a snout washing, but still looking pretty cool. So that's your wonderful bacon seeds today. It was the ginger sweep, and pretty awesome, and glad that we were able to kind of show that and have them in there. And let's get to our next volcano and see what else we got. And that is supposed to be over to Semeru. Let's make that a little bit bigger and see if we can see something at Semeru. I see something glowing up here. What is it? Oh, it's a flashlight. It's lava workers. Maybe. Can we see anything else? No, I don't think we're going to be able to see too much up there today. Visibility again, very, very poor. And by the looks of the graph here, we're not seeing any activity as far as seismicity either. So it's pretty quiet there. Just no visibility. Darn it. I was hoping we'd see something, but no chance. And that's getting back to the distant shot there. That's at 1956, or just about 8 p.m. From the previous day for them. And we don't see anything at all up there. So not a good visibility day. And we go back all the way to the daylight time, and we don't see anything happening there. We also don't see any major water flows coming through the chute here down the ravine or river, and that's probably a good sign. We do see some water in there. And if it's just flowing like that, that's not a big deal. The people will be quite happy with that little bit of water. All right, let's leave Semeru be. I'm going to put him back on live, and we'll see. That's the shot right now, 4:22 a.m. there, and we aren't seeing a heck of a lot other than just a tiny glow on the near the top. The top of the caldera is up here. And the main bucket, if you will, is right in there. So this is down slightly from the top, but still, that's it. As long as we know it's there. Let's take a look and see if our wonderful Lava TV cams had anything on for today. Streamed 14 hours ago. Nope, and that wasn't the volcano. And he's going to do another live stream later on coming up, and that's at 12:38 a.m. on the 17th. Notify me. I don't know. I don't want to be there. Anyway, that's actually the 18th, but nonetheless, no live action there, so we'll leave that one be. Let's take a look at a couple of other volcanoes while we're peeking around at things, and we'll go to one here that we know and love, and that is our wonderful Mount Etna. And there you can see at 6:47 p.m. the southeast crater up top smoking quite heavily. Looks like we're getting little wisps of something coming off of the other areas here. Not sure what is happening with that one, but prior to that it was horrible again. This thing seems to love clouds, so it's the way it is. And that is our wonderful Mount Etna. Getting back a little earlier here, that's 12:43, and getting back a little bit more, 11:56, and all the way back gets us to about right there at 11:24 a.m. We can't really see anything up there because of the clouds. Let's put that one back on live. Going to make that smaller. Going to look at the other one here and see if they have it working. Why is it looking funny? It should be somewhere around here. Yeah, at 18:43 they were able to see the dome up there, or the cone, southeast crater, and you can see it's smoking fairly heavily. And of course earlier they had cloud, yucky clouds. Those happen. This is at 3:08 p.m. You can see a little bit more, but still nasty clouds in there all the way to the beginning of the day there. 11 a.m. looked like it was raining up there. So that's kind of what we got. Let's put that one back on live. Still don't have any Stromboli visibility. And let's see if this will show up. That is the current still shot from Stromboli, and that of course was taken at 21:24 today. And we can see that there is a little bit of activity, but nothing. Well, I wish we'd have the video going, but unfortunately that doesn't seem to work for us. Let's go take a look at the tremors real quick. This is for Mount Etna. Looking at what we've seen here, quite a big dip at the end, so activity going to be waning a little bit as well. Unfortunately, it did try to pick up and then drop back off, and that's about the low point from what we see all the way across here. So it should only go up from there. Let's hope it does. Let's put us back over to that, and let's see, time-wise, we do have enough time to go to our wonderful, no, not there, how about here, this place, Yellowstone National Park. And Yellowstone, of course, other than being a super volcano, it also has over 500 active geysers there on site. Sue just typed in the keyword Yellowstone. That brings up the link. You can get the link for this site, of course. This is from the U.S. Park Services, and you're more than welcome to grab that link and go to that site and take a look at all the different things they have. They, of course, this embedded video, as well as a bunch of different maps and still shot cameras all over the place of many of the different geysers and passes, etc., etc. And it has a few bison. Yep, it does have some bison for sure, and it's also got some wolves and some eagles and some buzzards and some crows and some deer and a whole bunch of other things. And yeah, just about break time. Oh, is Hermione leaving? Hermione, I was going to say, we're going to bring up the photos that you've got. We got a minute here before we go, so before we go to the break. Somebody, or did Hermione leave? I didn't see that. Hermione, you have a good night, and yeah, we're going to do that, see if we can bring up photos that Hermione has sent us. So we'll take a look and see. And I'm going to try to, I may have to save them first. Again, I tried. No sleep. Hubby has decided to make noise. Uh-oh, not good. Don't let hubby make noise. Okay, especially if he's sawing logs or something. Let's see, I got 2 of them loaded. Oh, and let's see if we can get the 3rd one loaded. And I don't know how many you had sent here. Oh, there's the 2 beach ones. We'll see if we can load those. Yeah, that's a lot of extra work to load these pictures up, so let's see. And 4, and let's see if we got one more here, and then we'll show those right away. And there. Okay, let's see if we can get those on there. Yeah, lots of pictures, and it's sometimes a little bit on the difficult side to get them all loaded up. And let's see if we can find them. Okay, so I'm going to just bring them up randomly. Here's the first shot, and that is a wonderful windmill in Holland. And that looks pretty cool. That looks like it's a lot more modern than the old ones, so pretty wild. Yeah, that is awesome. And you took these yesterday or the day before there, Hermine? I'm not sure when you took the shots. And what is this one? Oh, I think that might be upside down. Let's see. I do believe that is upside down. Let me try to rotate that shot, and we'll flip it. Oh, hang on, I flipped it backwards. Let's rotate. There we go. Now we got it the right side up, and the letters the right way. Okay, so that is a flower ground in those windmills, I'm assuming. And yep, that is we'll get that on there. Oh, you took those on a Friday? Cool. And next one is this guy. Let's see if we can get that one in. It's another windmill. And yeah, you know, that is a typical Holland. That's kind of how I assume it still looked. Flower from the mill. Awesome. And let's go to the next one. And let's see, we got that one and this one here. And I'm not sure if that's right side up or upside down, but it looks like, are those eggs? Or it looks like eggs to me. I don't know. Is that what that is? What water pump mill? Ah, okay. All right. Not sure what that one is all about, but let's go to the next picture, and we'll see what the next one brings. Quake eggs at pine cones? No. Okay, I'm not sure what those are. So, all right, next ones. Droppings. Why would you take a picture of droppings? And looking at this, yep, looks like a little bit of higher land off in the distance. I'm assuming this gets flooded out. It'd be looks like a marshland or something. And let's see what the next ones are. Or next one is. This is the last one that I've got here. So let's take a look. And that is a little closer to that mound, but it looks like a big sand beach. So there you go. And those are some interesting, bunny droppings. We didn't need to see that. All right, beach. Yep, sand walker. Yep, that's where they are. Nice cloud formation. Yep, that looks real neat and pretty awesome. Okay, it is way past break time, ladies and gentlemen. So, yep, I love that flower, and of course the windmills. That is awesome. And thank you, Hermione, for sharing those. And glad we got them up there for you. All right, let's get us back over to our wonderful lava. And let's take a look there. Canned lava, of course. And that is from our wonderful Kilauea volcano. And then you see the date and time up on the top of the screen there. That's when it's from. And here comes some music. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet bopped that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes, as long as I don't eat too many cheesies. Or cheese, what do they call them? Cheese pleasers. Cheese puffs. Yummy. Okay, I'll be back. Okay. Oh, just right when you want to get back on there, that happens. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and John and Albert and Mars 2028. 25th Infantry, live on the outside of the volcano I live live in. Could have burned. Waters have been diverted. Okay, cool. All right. I hope everything is okay there. Anyway, lovely view. I was just looking at this here, and this, of course, is what turned into that little tiny vent. And I thought, oh boy, and that's such a poor little vent now. That didn't sound good, Dr. Box. Maybe try more Pepsi. More Pepsi? Maybe I should. We'll see if that works. Nice vintage. No, didn't work. Anyway, let's carry on with the stuff we were looking at. I'm going to leave it on this screen. I'll lubricate the throat. Yeah, it's the problem is there's all kinds of stuff in there. We want to get it out. Let's see. All right, let's take a look at the volcano report in a second, and I will just fix this one up. And I will show this picture before we do the volcano report. Yeah, I found this one, and I'm not sure how it got into my mailbox, but it got in there. We'll see. It happened to be right there. Oh, hang on. What's wrong with that photo? Something wrong with that photo. Again, somebody's sending it to me upside down. Now I see it. It's a Pepper looking out the window. And Pepper was looking at the rain, going, when is this going to stop? We need to go for a walk. I need to walk my master. Anyway, I figured I'd throw that in real quick. All right, let's leave that be. That, of course, was a part of Tom and Pepper. Anyway, email, what? Compression is weird. Yep, it's a Tom and a part of a Pepper. No, it's yeah, all of a Pepper and part of Tom. So, all good. Anyway, let's get to that volcano report before I make more mistakes with what I'm saying. Anyway, late Saturday's volcanic activity. We got 6 volcanoes on the list. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia. A recent Avona report to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters reported at 1,600. And then we've got Mayon, Luzon Island in the Philippines. Eruption of volcanic ash cloud unknown height reported at 1630. Fuego in Guatemala, volcanic ash volcanic ash moving west northwest to 17,000 feet of 5,200 meters, reported at 1645. Popocatepetl, central Mexico, ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 1815. Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 26,000 feet, 7,900 meters, reported at 2130. Reventador in Ecuador, ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 14,500 feet, or 4,400 meters, reported at 2,100. And for today, we have, Sunday's volcanic activity, 8 volcanoes. And the first one is Mayon, Luzon Islands in the Philippines. Eruption of volcanic ash cloud unknown height reported at 1:15 a.m. Then an eruption to 9,000 feet or 2,700 meters reported at 10 a.m. Fuego in Guatemala, volcanic ash emissions are reported at 4 a.m. And there we go with the next line, volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters reported at 10 a.m. That's occasional volcanic ash. Occasional, just on occasion. Popocatepetl, central Mexico, volcanic ash emissions observed to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 5:45. Ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 17:30. Reventador in Ecuador, a light volcanic ash to 15,000 feet, or 4,600 meters, reported at 8:45. And Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions reported at 9 a.m. And then continuous ash emissions to 26,000 feet, 7,900 meters, reported at 17:15. Santiaguito in Guatemala, volcanic ash emissions observed to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, reported at 11:15. Sangay in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions observed to 19,000 feet, 5,800 meters, reported at 12:45. And the Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, volcanic ash emissions observed to 19,000 feet, 5,800 meters, reported at 14:15. And that is the end of that wonderful report. Thank you, Sue, for sending that in. And that shows our current activity of what's going on. And we like it. A little bit of activity around the world, so pretty awesome. And yeah, I like that bluish color there, pretty cool looking. But we're going to pause that now, and we are going to go off to some other place. Where are we going? We're going to go check and see. And I can already tell you, no ice cream boat present, but we're going over there anyway. Japan. There we go. We are in Japan. The volcano you see here is Sakurajima. And of course, we usually see the ice cream boat docked there. We don't see it at all. It looks hazy and foggy there for some reason. We'll check back and see if the ice cream boat comes back in a few minutes. That's what the activity looks like there right now. It does look like we've got some pluming, but because of the cloud work, very, very difficult to tell what's actually coming from the volcano and what's not. Even if we go back, this is 6:22 a.m. and we go back a little bit more, and this is about an hour and 10 minutes ago, 5:43, and then just as daylight is slowly creeping in, very foggy looking, so not so good. Let's go back to a 4-hour mark, see if there's any glow in the caldera. Ooh, some lightning in the background there. Yay, thunderstorms and lightning. I'm not sure if I'm seeing anything glowing there. It does look a little light there, but you never know. Let's back up a little bit more and go back to about 6 hours ago. See what we've got. Can't tell. I'm not going to try to guess or see, but it doesn't look like it in that shot. Just too much smoke and stuff in the way. Maybe a little bit in there. I don't know. Really can't tell. And this shot you can. To 2043, definitely some glow telling you there is hot active lava in that caldera. So pretty cool. And I go back a little bit more, and again we can't really tell. It looks a little lighter there, but I don't want to guess here if I don't know. Let's leave it as that, and we'll put it back on live. That is Sakurajima, Japan, Kagoshima area. Here's their close-up of it. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it at all. Oh, we get commercials. Let's leave that be then. Let's do this one instead. This is Aso, and we can see the caldera for Aso. Well, we're in the caldera, but this is the caldera for the little vent within the Aso big caldera. And you can see it off-gassing and steaming. And of course it acts like a bowl. All that rainwater we get in there does get heated up, and it evaporates because that is a hot area underneath. And it also adds some SO2 gases to it, plus other stuff. So that all gets gassed off and turns into clouds and makes people have more SO2 to breathe in. And that is what we were seeing there. Let's see what the sunrise was like a little bit further back. Yeah, really not that brilliant of a sunrise, but let's see, about there. Yeah, you can see it pluming, so all good. Let's not worry about it, and we'll put that one back to live, make it smaller. Go to the close-up shot here, get rid of this guy. And yeah, the close-up shot really isn't telling us anything. Very, very difficult to see. Yeah, let's leave that be. I'm going to put that one back on live. Next volcano on our list, of course, is Asama volcano. And it's in the clear today. We can definitely see it. And it has some off-gassing happening. And that is pretty cool. If we go back a little bit, it did have a little bit more puffing out earlier, and there is one of the spots. And then prior to that, of course, we did have some puffing, but also some clouds moved in. There you can see it still because of that gray background and being very early in the morning. That's 4:55 a.m. So that's kind of what we're seeing. They've had some other lights down below it here, so very difficult to tell what's going on. There's some light source down in the bottom behind those trees. Can't see much, but the sky was clear up top there. Alien ship landed there or something. I have no idea. And that's what we've got. So hard to see it. And if we go all the way back, let's see. No, we're not going to see anything more from it. So that is the current condition there, and it does throw out some SO2. Did you say 4 quakes? See the 4 earthquakes off the coast of BC? No, I did not. We're going to have to take a look at that. Inbound ice cream boat, red alert, red alert. Get down the road, down here at the lights, hang a left, go down. Get to the dock. Your ice cream boat is there, and it is coming in. He's going. He's moving. He's going to do a big U-ey real quick, and dock over here and start loading some passengers and cars. That is a ferry, of course, but they will let out the ice cream stand first, and just roll it up beside all the other traffic there. So, yay. Anyway, it was important to make sure that we seen that inbound, and just so everybody can get their ice cream. Otherwise, we'd have ice cream-less people here, and then everyone would scream, not just ice cream. Doc, Pepsi, a 3-minute warning. 3-minute warning, and the Pepsi's going to blow up. Oh, 3-minute warning, and I can have more cheese pleasers. Oh. The worst part is I have to go wash my hands before I touch the keyboard again, because that, of course, gets all over your fingers, that cheesy stuff. But anyway, all right, we are pretty close to a break time, so I am going to go for a break. Sue mentioned the earthquakes off the coast. Let's take a quick peek there, because I am now curious. And yep, things. Oh, there's a 4 shaking off the coast, and maybe that's why Bob's not here. And there's what we got. So Vancouver Island, of course. There's Quadra Island. There's Campbell River here, and just to give you an idea of where we are, and that is a 4.3. Vancouver Island region, 3:59 a.m., and that was a 12 kilometer down for that 4.3. The other one here, a 4.5, a little further away, 3:59 a.m., 10 kilometers down as well, and 4.1 from a 9:19, 10 kilometers down, and the big one here is a 5.6, and that would have shaken things a little bit, and they would have likely felt it, since that is a part of that Wanda Fuca plate, and you do feel the repercussions of that plate pushing in underneath the North American plate. So those are in there, and that's a fairly large quake, actually, 5.6 for there. Now, the fact that we see those, I think that's a good thing. It takes some of the pressure off. Hopefully, hopefully that's not a prelude to something, but rather just a relief of pressure. And we'll see, hopefully we'll see a few more along here of smaller in size, of course, but still, the more we see there, the better off we are, because that means it is sliding under and not a buckling. So that's what we got going on there. Let's put you back over here on the canned lava. I'm going to go for that break. So those good people who are here, hang in there. We're going to be back after the break. And if you haven't yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, for those good people who have not subscribed yet, consider subscribing and pop on in and join us. A wonderful lava family here. Everybody is good people, so it is a pleasant place to come into and not be chased out, as long as you behave. And that's all good. All right, so I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Here comes some music. And as Arnold Schwarzenegger would say, I'll be back. we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Albagirl and Mars28, 2028. And there we go. And King Colin. And I hear you, DrFox2000. From Sharon Stewart. And thank you, and John Raper in Kananaskis country. It's like that in Italy, John. I had to seek a shelter in the nearest house. Yeah, you gotta lay down. That lightning is nasty. You don't want to be around it. And yes, I have seen lightning in blizzards and snowstorms. And it scares the living daylights out of you. Because you can't see it coming. Yeah, cloud bursts. Oh, yeah, microbursts. Yeah, thunder snow. Yeah, we definitely have it here in Alberta. There's no question about that. Same as thunderstorms. So, yep, they happen, and not much you can do about it. Just keep out of it. Remember, stay small. Be small. And for God's sakes, don't run. When you see a lightning, never run. The thing is, you're best off to make very small steps. If you do get hit by lightning, it will then only select one path down your body rather than two typically. If you're running and you are spread out with your legs apart by anywhere from a meter to 2 meters, what ends up happening, that is a potential between the two places on the ground, and that lightning could travel from one leg to the other and not be so good. So very small steps in a lightning storm, and bear that in mind. No big long leaping running jumps or anything like that. Like flying in an airplane on top of a storm and watching lightning. Yep, that's pretty scary there. Become a very fast cathode running. Yep, you bet. That's about it there, Colin. Good lesson, Grandma B. Okay, we had a thunderstorm the night I got engaged to my first, and I should have listened. Somebody was telling you something, Grandma B. Okay. Anyway, let's stop our canned lava here, and we will get over to the earthquakes, because that's what's next on our agenda. So we already had a look at those ones on the side of our British Columbia there, off the just northwest of Vancouver Island, southwest of the Queen Charlotte Islands. Let's look at the rest of the world, see what's happening. Kamchatka Peninsula, good place to start. Don't see anything new. We do have our older ones. And the Aleutian Islands, we do see this here, 3.9 near Nikolsky, and that's from 1759 yesterday, 25.7 kilometers down. This guy over here is a 3.0 Karluk area of Alaska from 1416 today, 59.6 kilometers down. Then the rest is pretty small. Then we get to the ones out here in BC. The biggest one was 5.6, and that's 10 kilometers down, 5:28 this morning. The other ones here a little earlier. So does that make that an aftershock? If this one is 2 hours earlier, or at 3:59, 12 kilometers down for that guy. The other one here from 3:59 as well, and this from 9:19 a.m. So, and that's a 5:28. So I don't know what do we call these, aftershocks, foreshocks, but that could be it. I remember when the thunder snow hit DC in 2015. got well over a meter of snow in one night. Well, that's only 3 feet. Yeah, should be used to that. Anyway, sliding down a bit more. I don't know what's going to happen there. That's going to be interesting. If it, like I say, most of that, it looks like it is on the Wanda Fuca plate, and it's probably going to relieve some pressure or a movement of sorts. We'll see what happens. As long as they shake once in a while, we're okay. If they don't shake for a while, then we got to really worry. Looking down the San Andreas, pretty normal stuff for there, and then getting into the next fault, the Imperial Fault, looking pretty normal. We do see a quake out here, 4.2, Cayman Islands area, and that's at 1:55 a.m., 10 kilometers down for him. Sliding on a little further down into Chile, 4.6 on the coast, for 14:03 is the time on that, 35.8 kilometers down. Then a bigger friend, 5.0, and that's from 22:01 yesterday, 40.7 kilometers down for that one. And down here, 5.0 from 2018 yesterday as well, 10 kilometers down for it. Nothing new over in the South Sandwich Islands. They are okay. Nothing new happening there at the Easter Island region, shaker-wise. And nothing new in New Zealand or up here in Tonga. Vanuatu, northern end, did have a 4.6 from 6:58 a.m., 10 kilometers down. Solomon Islands has a 5.0 from a 5:54 and 93.3 kilometers down. And is this a Banda Sea area? Timor-Leste area. 4.5, sorry, 4.4, 4:56 a.m., 10 kilometers down for him. Don't see anything in Java or Sumatra. If we go all the way up, we see this one up in Bangladesh, a 4.0 from 49 minutes after midnight. A 4, not that big, so should be okay. And going up here, Taiwan, no, not Taiwan, Philippines, up just north of the Philippines, just south of Taiwan, 4.5 from 20:58 yesterday, 35 kilometers down for that one. We do see this one in China, 4.4, 2000 yesterday, and that was 10 kilometers down. And that's, I don't know where exactly that is and the population area around it, but hopefully nothing too severe. Doesn't look like there's any major cities or anything going on in that particular area. Yeah, I don't even see any roads or anything, so very unlikely that it would have affected anyone there. Let's continue back up. We don't see anything along the Japanese coastline or the Kuril Islands. Probably a good thing for those good people. And not seeing anything in the Indian Ocean. We do see this one as Tasmania, or sorry, Tanzania, not Tasmania, Tanzania. 4.3 from 12:09, 10 kilometers down for that guy. And yep, we're still selling that beachfront property here in Somalia. Anyone interested, just contact me after the show. We've got a decent price on a few acres there if you're interested in beachfront property. And there's a 4.6 in Afghanistan, Tajikistan, a border region. At 10:23 is the time on that, 37.9 kilometers down for that one. The other one looks a little bigger, 4.3, same spot from 1804, 10 kilometers down. And then we see one over here in the Caspian Sea, and that's a 4.6 from 1651, and that is 10 kilometers down underneath the sea. And nothing over by the Black Sea. Mediterranean looks fairly quiet. Our Piggy's area there for Greece, all good. Nothing new happening in Italy. We do see that guy up there, but that's a 4.1 from a couple days back from the 13th, so all good. And no more new quakes there in Morocco, which is also really good. Zooming back out, looking for anything else that we've got along here. Don't see anything, so let's leave that as it and zoom into our wonderful Hawaii. All right, I am going to have a hard time with this list because there are so many. A 2.0 from a 1644 yesterday, 33.1 kilometers down. Whew. Boy, that list was hard. I'm done. Anyway, one quake in the Pahala region, and that is it. Nothing else happening there. And that is pretty quiet, actually. A bridge in New York for a buck. Well, hey, hang on. I still have the London Bridge for sale, and also if you're also interested in some moon plots, I have 10-acre plots on the moon. They're only $19.99 each. You send your cash in, I will get you. Just let me know what area you want because they're going pretty quick. So let me know. So 10-acre moon plots. We do have the 5-acre lots out there in Somalia on either side of the fault. So you could choose whether you could be over in Ethiopia or over in Somalia. It's your personal preference. They're both going to be beautiful places for a few million years, but it's all good. And the moon plots, that's one you shouldn't wait. Hop in and get those moon plots. They're a reasonable price. You don't have to worry too much. And I guarantee you it will be a quiet neighborhood. Not a heck of a lot of people are there. So you don't want to have to worry about people driving up and down the street and crotch rockets or anything like that. Oh, hang on. That's got a whole new meaning when you put it on the moon. Crotch rocket. Moon? Crotch rocket. Huh. Different, but you're not going to hear them anyway. It's all good. Anyway, let's leave that be. Sue is back. Welcome back, Sue. And where were you? What were you doing? Tell us. No, don't tell us. We don't want to know. How's the storm there, Sue? That's something I was curious about. Actually, let's be nosy and we'll find out and see where that storm went. After the break, of course, we're going to go do the SO2 map, but for right now, I'm hoping that windy.com will load and we can see what has happened to our storm. And I see what has happened to the storm. It's not much left. A storm has gone into the Atlantic. Into the Atlantic? I don't think so. I think it's moved north of you. It's not in the Atlantic. It's gone straight up. Isn't this what's left of it? Right there? I think. I don't know. Let's take a look and see what the satellite looks like here. That might help. Yeah. So the storm has gone up, and it's moving across Newfoundland, or it's actually right in here. It's the eye of the storm, but it's now no longer considered a storm, or it's more of a remnant that is just passing by. Okay, so it's it's on the way out to the Atlantic. Yep. Well, it looks like you're pretty safe over here from the looks of things. Everything is moved off, and that's several hundred miles away already, so pretty cool. but they are still getting some inclement weather there. A post-tropical storm now. Okay, well, that is a good thing. It's only a post-tropical storm. I was looking to see where that thing for Yvonne, for her rain that she's getting, and there's the Icelandic one. And remember, it was sitting here. It's slid down here a bit, but it's still giving Iceland a whole bunch of cloud and rain. So that'll be what they get to see for the next few days. And Yvonne will be happy once she sees some real skies. The other one down here is very small, and Nigel is, I guess, the new forerunner that's coming up. So that is pretty cool. We don't see anything organized on the other side of the pond, the other pond. And let's go all the way over here. And really nothing major as far as organization. There's just some stuff here off the Aleutian Islands, and of course sitting right here in Alaska. Some definite weather moving through there, and that might be the change of seasons that is coming for us. So pretty cool. Looks like the storm is going to hit Irish Monk next. Well, I don't know. Depends on where it goes here. And this is going to be interesting to see if it curls around and just continues on. If it doesn't get anything pushing it northward, it would hit Ireland and Scotland and England. I don't know if, because it was here and it's curled down to there. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in the next little while. Lots of different ones. This one looks like it's going to be a little bit more compact and heavy duty from what we see here with the storm clouds. This one, I don't know, it may die out as well. But definitely, yep, post-tropical storm there. And glad that it is past you. And all good. Let's leave that be. I'm going to put you back over onto the canned lava for now, and I am going to go take a break. And while that is playing, I'm going to readjust the screens here and get our SO2 map on there, and see what we can come up with after the break. And we'll go from there. So yep, I got it zoomed out and ready. So I'm gonna go take that break now though, and that should work. I've survived 3 hurricanes since I've been here. Wow, that is interesting. I'm just trying to think of what big storms I was in. We've had some big storms here, blizzards. I've probably in my life out here lived through maybe 6 or 7 heavy blizzards, and I've probably gone through multiple thunderstorms, but we had the biggest one, of course, was in 1987 when we had the F5 tornado come through, and that was bad. I think that was the scariest storm that I've ever seen come through. Anyway, I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to go for that break. So all those good people who are here, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. Also, if you have not yet bought that like button, give it a quick shot. And also, if you're interested in the SO2, that's what's coming up next. Yep, Sharon, it took the lives of 28 people, unfortunately, and it was on a Friday, so Yeah, well, we call it our Black Friday tornado, and that happened on July 31st, and it was really bad. Yeah, I was a part of a search and rescue team back then, and of course, we were tasked with finding bodies, and did. Anyway, it is what it is. All right, let's keep it positive, keep our thoughts forward and cheery. Here comes some music, and let's see what else we can muster up. I'll be back. we go. That microphone is back on, and hopefully for the last time for today. And let's see. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars 2028. And thank you, Kananaskis Country. 12,808 steps today. That's lots of steps. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart, and thank you for the welcome back, Diane. Anyway, it is time to go over and do our SO2, so we'll stop our wonderful canned lava right in its tracks, and we'll get over to the SO2 map. And thanks, King Colin, as well. And there we go. And I was just reading that, and I'm going, hey, I think somebody made a mistake. A post-tropical storm Lee makes landfall in Nova Scotia. No, it's making landfall in Newfoundland, Labrador. See, it's over here. Newfoundland, Labrador, Quebec, and Nova Scotia here. Okay, big difference. Okay, never mind. Let's take a look at our SO2 stuff that we've got happening. And we'll go take a look at all of them. And, well, this circulation here, definitely keeping within the area of the Russian Kamchatka. I don't know what they call that, bay area or sea area. But that is where it is. We've got a circulation there, and it's trying to keep it all there, which is great for us. And we know that it's Shivelush as well as, who is it, Klyushevskoy and Bezimiani and what is it, Kamrinsky, as well as whatever the other ones are. I can't remember all the names. Ibiko down here, yep, Ibiko's got its own little stream going off into here, but Matnovsky, there we go. But you know, Sue, if I list them all, there's a couple thousand there, so I'm not going to do that. Anyway, moving over, we see that is just deposited most of that out here in the Aleutian Island region in the Pacific, as well as our wonderful Bering Sea. Looking over here, we are seeing heavier pluming in this area, and I bet you it's coming from Sheldon. Only a few active ones. Yeah, only a few. Still seeing some residual SO2, and that is working its way through. Hopefully that storm here is washing some of it out of the air. And of course, that is affecting the Alaskan Panhandle and British Columbia, all the way down into our wonderful Queen Charlotte Islands there. The rest of BC, not too bad. Alberta is covered SO2-wise, low to medium levels, and we can see the fires up north are generating a fair amount, also going up into the Northwest Territories. Saskatchewan and Manitoba hardly anywhere near as bad, and then we're seeing a little bit of that stuff still pouring through Ontario. They do have a rain system in here as well, helping wash out some of that. And then we get up in northern Quebec, Baffin Island region. They do have quite a bit of SO2, and still seeing plumes going around Ali over here. So Ali is doing a splendid job trying to clean some of that air up. Looks like we've got a fair amount of SO2 sitting off in the Atlantic here, and that is off the northeastern coast of the U.S. and the eastern side of the I guess we'll call it the northern regions of the U.S. and the eastern side, fairly heavy, but looks like North and South Carolina and down into Florida, half of Georgia looking better, but we're still seeing some remnant stuff going around. Looks like Missouri might have a little bit of a break, same as Iowa, and then you see the extra plume running through there. And of course, going over here, we see the stuff that is still coming. This is coming out from our wonderful Hawaii, and that is still being messed up in the Pacific there, making landfall over here in Portland area and going up through Washington. So lots of area here in California, as well as Arizona, getting into Nevada and Utah. That is all being covered by that stuff coming from Hawaii. And then further down in Mexico, Popocatepetl, of course, in Mexico City, creating this. And that is kind of humming and hawing around down on the bottom here, mostly in the Mexican area, but that's what's going up into Arizona. And we've got the Hawaiian stuff going into California. Looking at Central America and northern portions of South America, we see most of that is pluming into the Pacific, just kind of staying fairly close to the shorelines, and sliding down a little bit more. Sabancaya would be making some of that plume. And then, of course, you've got some industrial stuff, plus other volcanoes there in our wonderful Chile. Over here, Rio de Janeiro, people pollution for the most part. This looks like this stuff is all dissipating. That was what we were seeing in there yesterday. And I'm not sure where this actually came from, all this stuff down here in the Antarctic, but interesting to see it. And we do see White Isle Volcano today. It's not buried, and hopefully that'll stay that way. Looks like a little bit more SO2 there from the oil refinery in Melbourne, as well as the coking plants out in Sydney, or northwest of Sydney. Not sure where that is coming from. And going over here, Tofua doing its thing. And there you've got Yasur doing what it does best. And then, of course, Agawa and Aoba up here. And we've got a bunch of our friends here in Papua New Guinea throwing out fair amounts of SO2 as well. And I'm not sure if that was the leftovers from yesterday from, what is it, Ulaun, I think is the one that was responsible for most of that. And looking here is, that would be, oh, what the heck, Luotolak. What is Luotolak called? Anyway, that's that one. This one be from Semeru. This area in here likely from Merapi. And looking at Jakarta, and I don't know if it's Jakarta or from Krakatau. It looks like possibly both. Dempo is down here as well. Dempo may be adding a little to that. And then we've got our wonderful Marapi and Kerinci doing their thing there. And over here is where, what is it? Sinabung is over there doing its thing. Ibu and Dakono, of course, working away there. Our Japanese islands out here still doing their thing. And looks like there's a Mayon continue to off-gas a little bit heavier. And we're seeing quite a bit of SO2 here. I don't think that's all from Manila and from Taal. That is a Taal volcano right there, just so you can see that. See, right there, a Taal volcano. Awesome. And let's move up or zoom out a little bit so we can get a better idea. We do see this up here, and again, this is what we're suspecting is underwater volcanic activity. Moving up, taking a look, very little plume from Suwanosi-jima, and looks like a little heavier from Sakurajima, which is right there. Taal again was off-gassing today. Yep, I figured so. Aso definitely throwing a lot of SO2 up north, but that looks like it might be combining with those higher levels there. Tokyo looks really clean today, and the Sama area is got a little bit heavier stuff for there. And Shanghai really bad, Taiwan is bad, China in general just what it is. India looks like we've got some hot spots here, but they're up in the north, not so bad down in the south, and that includes Sri Lanka. And Madagascar just getting skirted by that pollution from South Africa, and that is of course dissipating into the Indian Ocean. And moving up a little bit more, we see Democratic Republic of the Congo, Nyamuragira and Nyiragongo, Goma 1 and 2 if you want to call them that. And then of course over here is where Erta is, but it's too much pollution coming from Saudi Arabia to be able to tell if that is actually a separate plume coming from Erta. These are from the oil refineries, of course, in Kuwait, Iraq, Iran, and Saudi Arabia, as well as Cairo and Beirut. So they all seem to have some facilities, and looks like it's starting to get a lot lighter as far as the SO2 is concerned there in the portions of Turkey and the west side there, and also in Greece. And not so bad from Mount Etna today. There it is, Mount Etna, and there's Stromboli, obviously still putting out some as well. You can see that plume headed south, and it's going into the areas of Libya and so on. And I hope that they have rescued everyone that they can there in Libya with the floods that they had. It's always shameful to hear so many people losing their lives. Looks like that stuff finally did hit the shorelines and moved into Spain and France and Portugal and England, and is also progressing and getting up into Norway, Sweden, and even up here in Germany and Poland and so on. So everybody gets a taste of that SO2, and that includes Ireland and Scotland up there, and different bands of stuff. There's that storm south of Reykjavik, and we are seeing the SO2 pluming getting swirled around there as well. Still quite heavy up in North America. Hopefully we'll get some decent rains happening, and that will allow a lot of that to get washed out of the air once again, and that'll help with keeping the air clean for us. All right, so that is our SO2 report for today. Really not that bad. I mean, we do see our Hawaiian stuff that should simmer down here in the next couple of days, since our volcano is no longer erupting. So we'll see this clear up as soon as we get some rainstorms coming through there, and even a light rainstorm from a higher elevation will really help. It doesn't have to be massive storms. It can be just a gentle rain to wash the air clean. And that's it. Wash and spin the world to rinse out the SO2, and you bet. Well, we are in the spin cycle. There's no doubt about that. Just gonna have the rinsing water come on a little bit more often, and pretty cool. All right, so let's leave that be, and I'm pretty much done with the show for today, ladies and gentlemen. We do have our canned lava that we can leave on here for a while, and we certainly will. We'll leave it on for another hour or so till 6 p.m. my time, so that'll all be good. Good night, Bo, and thanks for being here, and all cool. So a big thank you to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and Sue, and C&D Boy, and Yvonne Kunkel, as well as Siggy and Gary 24/7 Live, EZ Skies, and Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you, moderators. I appreciate all of you, and all of the best to you guys. And thank you for being here. Also, big thank you to each and every one of you for being on board today. And of course, it is a Sunday, and tomorrow back to work. That's the way it works. And we'll leave it as that. So thank you, everyone. I only had one small super chat today, and that was Piggy's £2 super chat. Thank you, Piggy, for that wonderful support. And on those friendly notes, time for me to wrap it up and say goodnight. Thank you, everyone, and thanks, Sharon. You're welcome for that. And hopefully everyone will be safe and take care of themselves. And let's just wrap it up. So, the thing to add at the end, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here at Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. And remember, we're back on weekday streams, so we'll give you the times there. Good night, everyone. Take care, and oink oink.